gonna check my audio and gotta wait for Twitch to come up. Right, audio check. Okay, audio sounds okay, so we can get started. All right, today we are going to work our way through some loose ends. At the end of yesterday, we had 3 open items. We have an open bug. A couple more timers need to apply using our new timery stuff. So that'll be a good start for today. Then we'll look through the task list and decide what we need to do. We'll do it this way. So yesterday we, in the last half hour, implemented some timer convenience methods for measuring time. One is an egg timer, so we have a duration set and we can ask questions about that timer, including parameterized t and that sort of thing. We have a stopwatch that just counts up forever, like you would expect from the name. And we've replaced the timekeeping pieces we were using with those new classes. So there's still 2 places where you have to do that. One is the game scene where we keep track of the banner. So we'll take a look at that. So here is time, label is fine. Message start time, message duration. We want to get rid of those 2 in favor of an egg timer. Around just so we can find our way around the code a little bit. Okay. So on update, we can fix this. Message egg timer dot is, I forgot what we called it. It has dinged. There we go. If it has dinged, then show message equals false. Okay, show message is going to be unhappy. Let me think about this. Message timer dot is running. Timer equal dot stop. Okay. Because here we can't get a negative number. Show message, so we can do m underscore messaging timer. Set duration to the duration has been passed in. Duration is greater than 0. Start. The other thing we have to do is actually have to stop it if it's running, because we're not allowed to change the duration. Darn allergies. So we can literally just say stop. That shouldn't cost us anything. Okay. So underscore message start time. Okay, I think that's it. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, we can do a full cleanup. Oh, how is everybody doing? One more day of the week after today. Interesting. While that's running, I thought this one would be pretty straightforward. The bug we have, not the bug, the thing we need to fix eventually is the banner animation. I'm not sure how I want to tackle that yet. Because if you create an error in the middle of another error, it'll try to restart the whole sequence again of dropping the banner and then raising it back up. Oops. But I don't want that. So that's something we'll have to think about. Okay, so this has to do with the banner, so it doesn't matter what game mode we pick. Okay, so just in general, things seem to be working. That is not lasting 2 seconds. Huh. Okay, so clearly there are some issues. Okay, how to fix the issues. Alright, so we're getting messages on the log that look like it doesn't want to stop. It's already stopped. That's fine. Oh, I'll bet the animation. Okay. We need to break the banner animation into 2 parts. Which actually is one of the things on our loose ends list that we want to get to. So let's just grab it. It's in for today. Looks like we're gonna tackle it. Guess it's more tech related. We're just replacing existing stuff with something better. Gameplay. Bug not detecting loss correctly. That's what we discovered yesterday. Okay. So there is a banner timer. The banner animation needs to be changed. Into 2 parts. How about the drop part? And then when the timer approaches the end, it'll kick off the rise part. I think that'll be much cleaner. Okay. Beverage of choice is ready, so time to get my gum. I don't remember which gum was which. Yeah, the one. Okay. We have 2 animations. We have a banner sequence. how are we going to deal with this? Okay. This banner sequence is not a thing anymore. The drop sequence is going to be 1. The raise sequence will also be 1. Okay, on a show message, we have to ask ourselves a question. Is the banner on screen or off screen? Which really comes down to, were we already showing a message? If we're already showing a message, the timer still has to be reset. The banner text still has to get set, so that's all okay. The main difference is the animation status. If we're already showing the banner, there's already an animation in flight, or there. Oh dear. Okay. You know what? We don't need. Oh, we do. Okay. So the banner has. Let's see. Let's get a scratch buffer. Think this through. Banner up. Banner dropping. Banner down. Banner rising. Those are the 4 states the banner can be in. If we get a show message, what are the 4 tasks? We need to set banner text. Set up the egg timer. Set show banner. Start the banner drop. Start the banner rise. And Okay. So we're in banner up and we get the show message. We do the set of all the actions from 1 to 6. If the banner is already dropping, we get a show message action. Then we do 1, 2, 3 is already done, 4 is already done. Then we have to raise the banner and so forth. If it's down, then we set the text, we set the egg timer, and then 5 and 6. So there's actually no difference between while it's dropping and when it's down. That's good to know. And if it's rising, this is the tricky part. We do that. Oh, we don't do that. What we want to do is we want to do 1 through 6 after rising has completed. So we have to let the message rise, then we can set the text, set the timer, show it, let it go. Which means these two animation sequences, wherever that is, I think it's here. Where's that? Where are those sequences at? Set a duration, we set a range, set the easing method, set start mode to unique and wait. Get a tag. The game scene has several sequence tags, so you have to be a little bit careful here. Let's go with like 150. We're going to tag that banner raise and banner lower are not the same thing. So that it will not interfere with the rising. The other thing is, Oh, also, oh goodness, so many options here, so many things to think about. Um, Drop sequence not set. Play animation. Address of this animation. Okay, so both of those sequences are just ready to go. Show message. Okay. Oh goodness, this actually gets kind of ugly. Because we want to do this as part of a sequence here. I want to queue up all these actions. Now, lucky, 5 and 6 will be kicked off by the timer later, so we only have to do 1 through 4 as part of the sequence. Yeah, this is more complicated than I wanted. That's all right. Also, this stuff only matters if we are animating. If underscore the game context, use animations. Otherwise, I don't think we have to do anything. So the question becomes, how do I know which state I'm in? Because I can ask which sequence is active. And the position of the banner. Okay. If the y is less than 0, so that would be us off the screen. Otherwise, we are already lowered. And that's not at all correct. Because this stuff here. What is this one? One, two. I don't have to do those two. Show message when we are up. So neither of the actions are, none of the animations are running, and we are off the screen. Then we um you know what? Let's I think we have to pre-compute the message text. Which means I have to go look up the argument order for C++ string virtual print. We want actually SVN printf. Okay. Oop, not that one. I'm gonna write 2 null 0 format args int bytes needed. Then we can make a new string, jar text. There's a new character array, which means we have to delete text again. And then send printf bytes needed format args. And then one last trick we have to do is we have to create a copy of the args. So args. Okay, I guess that means VA copy. That's the one I need. VA copy destination and source. Okay, so we have to make a copy of the VA the vargs list, so that when we run through this pointer actually gets incremented. So we need to do that. count the number of bytes using a copy of the args, allocate the memory we need, then we do the actual write, and we can end. Don't know, do we need to? Probably need to do that as well. Okay, so it needs m underscore message text dot set text to text above. Because no matter what we do, we have to set the text. Every single state has to set the text. So there's the text. In this case, we just set it. Then we do the timer and set message visible as true. Because there's no animation in this case. This one. What we want to do. Set the text. Set the egg timer. Show the banner. And start the drop animation. Two. Um, these animations are already set once after layout. Is that correct? Right. So layout's done. So these are okay. Because these heights are dictated once at the start after we have the layout and every position is known. So that no longer scares me. The it's down, it's already showing. So if show message, or any message, dropping, rising, down, up. that should keep things consistent without having to worry about positional information. Okay, if we get the show information, we are going to underscore banner drop sequence dot set immediate on the 0th step. Capture, no parameters. First thing we're going to do is we're going to do this. Set our egg timer. Looks like that. So we may want a function because that's going to happen 5 different times in this area. We could make it a macro, but macro's not the worst. It's very lightweight, it's very local, expands out to something useful. I don't really feel like cluttering my header file with more stuff. So pound define set egg timer. For some delta t. It's going to look a lot like this. Except each of these lines will end with backslash, including that one. There. Now, set egg timer. Okay, so we do that, we do that. We do not have to show the message and we do not have to start a drop sequence. So that's it. Because 5 and 6 will be handled elsewhere. In the up case, we do those two. M underscore show message equals true. And what? Start the banner drop, which is add action sequence, right? Add sequence. Address of M underscore banner drop sequence. One, two, three, four. If it's already rising, Set immediate. Yeah, just like that. If it's already down, there's nothing we have to do with the sequencer at all. Oh, goodness. It's already down. Change the text, change the time, move on with our lives. Up. If we are up, then we need to start the drop sequence. Then add it. If we are in the middle of dropping, looks just like this. It's the same. But if we are rising, okay, the drop. If we're up, we can immediately do these. We don't actually need the sequencer to do that much. If we're down, we set the text. If we are dropping, we just set the text. Rising is the only tricky one, so. It only needs the one element. Format string applied. Utility, macro. Dropping, go down. Okay. So banner rise. Then we can set the text, set the egg timer. It's just this. So basically, in the special case where we're already rising up off the screen, we let that finish. Then we set the text, we set the duration, we show the message, and say we need to drop it again. So let's that rising animation finish. I think everything else is okay, actually. Okay. Double check my logic before we build and run. So the part we're not doing yet are 5 and 6, which we will get to after we test whether the drop even works. Of course, this was not captured. We should capture this. Ooh. Capture text as well. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Who owns text? When we capture a text data, any lambda, and it gets deleted, and then later on it gets used. Okay, well, complicates things slightly, but not too bad. We clean up the text here. We can clean up the text here. Clean up the text there. And once we have set the text, we can delete it there. Delete it there. So we can now capture text and duration. Well, that was exciting. With clean the build, just in case. We did change the sequences and animations in the header file, so hopefully that's it. But I'll have to start up the debugger. Think about this. Oh, it's the text and the duration. Those are the things we have to capture. So those cannot be, this immediate cannot be reset. Run it. Play. Okay, that does not crash. Okay. Already better. Now it's just the rising part. So this is already much better. Clean up a bit. Uh, on update, that's what it was called. Okay, so that part is sort of true. If game context, use animations, we will do something fancier. Otherwise, we do things differently. Oh, actually, this whole thing changes. If we're using animations, we actually want to look at things a quarter of a second before the end. Otherwise, we just look for the end and ending. Okay, so let's actually move this part out. Because in either case, we won't animate upward movement unless the timer is running. So if the timer is running, we say, are we using animations? Otherwise, check for the end of the timer. Because these are different. Elapsed greater than or equal to SJ timer dot duration greater than 0.25. That's the condition we're looking for. And now that I've written it, I want a new function in timer. Duration elapsed double remaining. Turn elapsed minus the duration, except it's the other way around. Double result equals return result if result is less than 0, result equals 0. So if we are, like one frame past our duration, it'll just always read 0 after that. Okay. If the remaining is less than or equal to a quarter second, then we get ready to rise Um, okay. It needs to do two things. Animation will happen first, and once it's off the screen, it does the same thing every time. Banner raise sequence dot set immediate 1. All it has to do, from our notes before, is put the banner away. Scheduler dot add sequence underscore banner raise sequence to get started. We don't need that. I think I want to combine these conditions, but I don't, because use animations. If both of these combined don't pass, it will then fall to this one. Yeah, I think we just leave it like this. So if we've got quarter second left, we start the banner rise sequence. See how that goes. I need to capture this as usual. Uh-oh. Action sequence set immediate already running. Oh dear. What other immediate do we do? Banner raise sequence. Oh, nope, nope, nope. If we're rising, we queue up the banner drop sequence. Oof, okay. Yeah. Oh, well, that's... I've got the logic somewhere messed up. We're so close, though. I think. Okay, well, let's run this test then. Let's get rid of the animations. Just try that. Settings. Animations off. Okay, so that all works fine. Oop. Pass 0. That might help. You're right. Scheduler does not have that, but banner drop sequence does. If we're already down, we don't need to animate. If we're dropping, we don't need to animate anything. It's already being done. Maybe we could slow down the animation just so that we can test a little more thoroughly. Animation's off, works fine. 2, up. It goes up immediately and it crashes. Oh, okay. I doubt this will be very helpful. It'll probably point me at some Lambda functions I don't want to trace back through. That's another thing to do while we're thinking about it. Window size on instantiation. Window size or renderer size. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's get this licked. We might put that in our queue for today. Okay. feel like the egg timer is being treated properly. On start, the zero thing. Get some logging in here. Okay. Must say, it's easier to keep a running dialogue running when there's a chat to interact with. Okay, let's see. Um, greater than m_banner drop animation dot duration plus m_banner drop banner raise animation duration, and that only matters if we're using animations. Okay. In case we change the time of animation later, that is a much better check. Oops. So now we should see. Whoa, raise sequence keeps sending. Okay, that could be a problem. Oh. And m_banner raise sequence dot is running. Cannot be running. We need to only add it once. This is part of my problem. It's the small things, the simple things. This is also, I think, what a lot of people don't realize is a lot of programming is just being stubborn. That didn't fix it. Maybe we can take this all out. Out of the use animations context, because in both cases, we want to run that. We'll try that. Although at the end of the sequence, we're using animations. And if time remaining is greater than something, and sequence is running, we add the sequence. Timer is over, and just done. That might be better. But let's put this above that. We've run out of time, that takes precedence over everything else. Which also means that my rising sequence doesn't need to do anything on that action. So banner raise, v1, banner raise, That now does nothing. We let the timer deal with that. We also needed to change our terminology. We are mixing banner and message. Okay, so A. Ugh, it's still starting infinite numbers. Oh, not this one. On update. It's because of the order. See, I put this first so that things would be added to the scheduler and then they would immediately be started or whatever. That should be fine. Still it's doing it. Only an on update. So, the egg timer's running. If the egg timer's over, stop, false, we're all done. Otherwise, if we're using animations, if the remaining time is less than what we need to raise the banner, and if the banner raise sequence is not already running, we still have frame count around here. Yeah, it's such a useful debugging tool. On start, let's put a frame counter in here. Wow. Okay. And then every frame for a while. Why is it ending? Play animation. That animation should last 1/4 of a second. Let's make them slower. Drop, 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 drop. Raise, 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 raise. See, that play stop should not happen on the same frame. But let's go back up here. Let's go to where it all started. The drop sequence begins and ends 400 frames apart. This one begins and ends on the same frame. Do I have to reset the animation? These begin and in the same frame, and then every frame until the timer is passed. Yuck. Earth, is that animation completing in one frame? On the same frame it starts on. On start, the animation gets started. An animation with a time. Start. Running equals true. We don't really have a resume. Is my egg timer just not done? Animation update should stop it. And stop it as a reset. So it should be ready for reuse. Oh dear. That's why we don't get there. Don't need to do anything because the animation is already being updated above. Because here, wait for duration. No, wait for completion. No, I can't remember why we did it this way. I do not remember why. Maybe there was a good reason. I can't remember it. That was a day or two ago, at least. Maybe last week. Begin and end on the same frame. Out of curiosity, did I break any other animations? Why are those all in lockstep? I thought I had a little random piece in there. A random weight. Ah. We go like Beatty, Frogs, Jacks. Then we click this. Yeah, they rise and fall at the same time. I had that with a random offset, so they sort of rise and fall at different times. Yeah, those are completely lockstep. Dang it. But none of these other animations are wrong, so that's fine. Okay, back to the banner. Let's fix the banner. There are only really two places this could happen. Play animation and play animation. This one times out perfectly. Raise animation, duration, the range, how it's applied. Start mode tag on start. This one's fine. This one works fine. It is this one. And the fact that I can't be consistent. Oops. There we go. The animations is fine. Show message. First thing we do, we copy the text. That has been working fine. We set the egg timer. That appears to have been working fine. If we are already falling, we just change the text, we change how long we're going to run. If we are rising, we queue up the banner drop sequence to update everything as soon as the last banner raise sequence is done. Because they're tagged the same and have unique weight set. If it's already down, we change things. If it's up, we just queue up the whole shooting match. We set the text that's already there. Egg timer's fine. Show message. When we drop, we don't need to do anything. Oh. In this case, we set a bunch of stuff inside. In this case, we set a bunch of stuff outside. Okay, option 1. Oops. I mean, we can do that. I don't know. Let's see. Don't think that's my problem. It's a timing thing. Something is not being set where I think it's being set. Nice and slow. Raise it up. Oh, interesting. So the drop sequence begins and ends, and the raise sequence immediately ends, which is worse than before. How can the raise sequence never start? Start has to be called. It's unique and wait. We have to make it all the way through all other action sequences that are running to see if we are allowed to start it or not. Sequence pointer start action sequences pushback sequence pointer. Remove the unstarted version. Tell everybody we're modified. We break out. If we modified, we break out of that. That animation should not be causing me this much trouble. Ray's sequence never started. I don't believe it. All I did was that instead of this. If we're already up, we can immediately set the text. We can immediately set the timer. We can show the message. Okay, maybe we don't quite have everything. Yeah, those 4 steps happen inside, and these 2 happen outside. God. These 2 things should be not identical, but very nearly identical. So why are they behaving differently? Must be a fundamental misunderstanding on my part of what's going on inside code that I wrote last week. Drop sequence begin, end. Raise sequence just goes straight to end. Okay. So there's not a difference. That's good. But then raise sequence used to start. It ends, but it never starts. Not ever being started, but is being ended. Adding banner raise to scheduler. Banner raise sequence ends. Did I delete the on start? Banner raise sequence on start. Begin. So on start we do that. Play the animation. Something very simple that I'm going to regret not having found faster. Banner drop. Start mode. Tag it. On start, we log it. We do a thing. We set on end after the number 1 action. Okay, here's an interesting notion. Well, on start, on end. So that animation just never gets started. Alright, we're going to change a few things while I think about it. We're going to go to find everything called message. We're going to call it banner. Banner text, banner rectangle. Banner egg timer show, banner. Show banner. Sure. Do a full clean debug. Why? Oh. Can it not have started, but reach its end? Add sequence. If the sequence is already running, we just add it. Otherwise, we put it in the unstarted action sequence. Hit the pointer. Do we want to start this pointer? By default, it's true. If we're in unique wait case, then we have to look through all of the running sequences and say, do you guys have the same tag? If they have the same tag, then we do not start. If we do start, then we call the start. Action sequence start. calls the action start. We have on start, we call it there it goes, it began and ended. Okay, so that is working as intended. So my question is, what was happening? What was happening? I guess that's the... Oh, and it crashes. Why did it crash? Well, that took a lot of prodding at it. Can we figure out why? Okay. Alright, we killed it. Critical error detected. That's always so helpful. Backtrace, where are we at? Scene updates, scheduler updates. It calls an action sequence, which calls the action update, which has a function pointer, which is the show banner lambda. Zero memory. Why? Show banner lambda. So it was the only lambda that was declared inside show banner, which is this one. Oop. Why is that? It's the only lambda in the function. Show banner lambda invoke lambda operator blah 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 free. What's being freed? Okay. All right. I have an idea, and I kind of don't like it. It's possible that I was setting this sequence multiple times So it tries to start it in one scheduler event, then the next one, but then things are deleted. And if there are 2 copies of banner drop sequence in the scheduler, that could be a problem, I suppose. So if this one queues one up, if I very quickly, if the banner is rising and I fire it off twice on its way up, it'll have 2 copies inside the scheduler. Now, we can do this a couple of ways. We could make the scheduler slightly smarter. If do start. Question the first. Sequence pointer is running. It's already running. We don't have to do this. We do have to do this if it's already running. If it's not running, we do all this. If it is running, there is a possibility that the if the running sequence is equal to the current sequence pointer we're trying to start, Boolean found already running. Found already in sequence equals true. If it was not found already in the sequence, okay, we always remove it from unstarted because we always make sure it's started or running. We say if it's already in the running sequence, we will always remove it from the unstarted because it's either started or running. If we did not find it in the sequence, what we can do, we can move this up here into the unconditional parts. If we already found it in the sequence, was modified and break. That's it. make this simpler. Was this sequence already in the running sequences? Oh no, we do need that boolean. If it was not already running, then we put it in running. We always remove it from unstarted. We always say we modified the unstarted list, and then we break. Okay. We can try that and see if that fixes the issue. If that was the case of multiple instances ending up in the running list. He'll, yeah. You can run it in the debugger in case it happens again. This is a nice slow animation, so we should be able to catch it multiple times. Well, we killed it. Okay, so that was not the problem. But the problem was still in show banner lambdas. So I mean, this is much more robust than we had before. Okay. Oh, this lambda. We capture this, which is the whole game's scene, so that's not gone. It's the text, which I initialized here with new, and is there a flow where text gets referenced twice? Right to it. If we're running, then this. Set text, delete the text. Set text, delete, set text, delete. Set text, delete. There is no way that something else should be deleting this particular allocation of memory. Set egg timer. The banner is not something that's going to ever be null. Show banner. Oh, why? Is it going to not give me a line? Game scene 1280. Just here. Is it this delete? Right. Okay. Is there something weird that happens with the frame rates, maybe? And there it crashed. Set text to something. And that something is garbage. That is garbage memory right there. You cannot enter a duplicate letter. Let's see here. Oh. Puzzles me. And arcs 1B and arcs 2. Oh. All right, we start our argument list at 1. We copy that into 2. Figure out how many bytes we want. And then end arcs 2. Once we know how many bytes we need, bytes needed +1, because it doesn't include the null character. That could be a problem. We blew past the end of our buffer by 1 byte and corrupted something else on the stack. So let's see if we can duplicate it now. Oh, it did. Still did. We're still getting trash. Cannot enter a duplicate letter, and then the second invocation in the same rising time fails. Why? Okay, alternatively. Let's just make this quick again. Maybe it's quick enough you can't enter characters fast enough. I don't like that. It doesn't fix the problem. It masks it if somebody types the key really fast at exactly the right time. It could still kill it. Oh, wait. Action index is not. Action sequencing 2. Oh. Okay. Well, here's another alternative possibility. Raise. Sequence has 1 element to it. Maybe we'll drop sequence. That has 2 elements. 1. Okay, I have attendance right. So get it down. Drop. It's not happening if I make the animation faster, so. Let's make it nice and slow again, because this is something that could happen in other places. How is that memory trashed? That's a good question. Quite simply, show banner. That's what I meant. Oh. Show banner. Halfway through the up, we fire off another show banner. This is a new allocation, and it has not been released. Oh dear. It's because this one. I replaced the set immediate before the other one could start. They're both running. Set text, change the timer, delete text, but the two instances are not being cleaned up properly. Which is what I was trying to avoid. Except I think really the only place I'm using banner drop sequence. I think this is it. And there. I find up with two references to the same banner drop sequence. That could be a problem. Okay. I think that's the problem. And also then probably the animations will overlap. Potential. Well, ended up being more convoluted than I wanted. This is supposed to be an easy task while we were just sitting here working on other things. Oh, instead it's snack time already and I haven't. Okay. I know what needs to happen. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Up until now, these are the only animations that stick around forever. But I need to allocate these on the fly. Init animations goes away. When we want to lower the banner, which means we can't actually keep track of the state of the banner, whether it's rising or falling. Oh, shoot. We came so close. Actually, this might not be too bad. We might be able to work on this. Sort of. State. Rising, falling, up, down. I think those are in use anymore. What do we need? Okay. We are wandering in the weeds. Nope, let's just fix it. Banner up. Y. Banner down. Y. Here we are. Oh, no, not there. In the layout. Okay. Down here at the bottom. Oh, banner. Where's banner? There's banner. That's not the banner I want, though. This one right here. Okay, we have a message rectangle. A duration. Okay, but we want to move from underscore banner up. Y. Banner down. No. The banner state is going to be up. Okay. Now, underscore banner drop sequence is used here. So if banner state, we can make this a little cleaner. Switch underscore banner state. Case game scene. Banner state. Down. Rising. Falling. If it's falling, we do that. And we do not update the banner state. If it's rising, we do something like this. It will be changed. And this will need some update there. This is the down. This is the up. Okay, now down and falling are the same. Literally, line for line, same thing happens. Here, we can make these identical. And that should not make a difference. Which actually simplifies things nicely. And underscore banner state equals if we're rising or if we're going up. Oh no, when we start a drop, this becomes falling. And there's a lot of stuff to do around that. So basically we have to do most of this in here. Okay. So I need an animation. We will name this one X just so we can easily distinguish. We'll clean this up later. Same thing here. We'll also give this one an X. We'll clean up the M later. Okay. Oh. Okay, the X banner drop sequence. We will change the order of things a little bit. What we want is an action sequence. We're going to put this inside a context block. Okay, action sequence equals the scheduler dot new action sequence. Is this thing. Start mode, unique weight, set tag, banner, raise or lower. On start, sure. On play animation, on end. This piece here. This piece here. Banner format, banner text. Okay. We will be animation now. Text banner drop sequence. New set animation. Set play animation. There we are. Yeah, so if I just this, it would be the same, right? Yes. Okay. So now we have our animation. Don't have to add that to the animation. Okay. Except we want m_banner up y to m_banner down y. Okay. I think that's what we have to do. If I queue up 2 drop sequences, it'll fall and then immediately fall again. State equals banner state down. Drop sequence. Okay. Now the other part we have to deal with is the raise sequence. We got to replace all that junk similarly. And that is m_banner state is not equal to game state game theme banner state rising. How is it? What did I have in here before? I can't even remember. Oh. Oh. All right, back to the way we were before this nonsense. Come on. And array sequence is running. Here, where we add init animations. This stuff refactored similarly to the other way. New action sequence. Blah, 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 blah. This part, the animation. Equals this mass. We go from m underscore banner down y to m banner up y. How do we think about that? Okay. We should never, as far as I can tell, get multiple banner raise events, but we can get multiple banner drop events. And we no longer have this. Banner raise drop 0.75. Okay. Also means banner raise animation duration here times 2. So we have to have some time where the banner is not raising or falling, just because. Let's see how bad we did. Major refactor, mid git commit could end up in a very bad state. Another change or two we still need to make to that. Yes, the problem is you can, as a human, make an error anytime, and the banner can be up, it can be down, it can be moving between the two, and you have to treat the banner animation sequence slightly differently depending on which of those four states you're in. And yeah, we still have some issues. Got to work through with it though. I think we're updating the oh, new action sequence of one element. Banner state equals game scene banner state rising. And up. So this says while the animation is rising, we're in this state. When we're done rising, we go to that state. Drop sequence. On start. We'll go to falling. And then on end. After the animation completes. Down. Okay. Okay. Now, I see a couple people have popped in to watch, so if you have any questions, let me know. I'm happy to slow down and explain anything or answer random questions. Until that happens, I'm just grinding and talking through what I'm thinking, so it may not be as coherent or cohesive until somebody asks a question. Then I'm happy to pause and explain anything at any level of detail that I understand. I see a lot of the big Twitch streamers, they have a chat scrolling by all the time and they can kind of pick a comment to work off of. But when you're a new streamer, you don't have much to play off of, so unless you're more gregarious than I am, it can be a little interesting, which is too bad because that's kind of the job of a streamer, is to say something interesting about every 15 seconds or so. Although I don't really consider myself a streamer, I think of myself as a programmer. Okay. Who happens to stream rather than a content creator who happens to program. Are we still doing a clean? That's too bad. I did not mean to do that. Oh well. So while we're waiting for this to build, tomorrow I'm planning on a variety stream instead of streaming this game development particularly. I think we will do two different things. I'll start a small series on compilers. I've built a considerable amount of compiler technology that I want to go back and either rewrite or refactor. So that'll be part of the discussion tomorrow. What parts did I build? What do I think I need to do with it? Maybe get started on the actual doing of it. And then part two, we might go to tabletop game design instead of software game design. I have a card game that I've partially designed, mostly the mechanics, and I think it has a lot of potential. We've had four play tests, and the last one was really good. So I think I know all the mechanics that have to be in the game. Okay. And then I have an idea for a tabletop skirmish game that's not been play tested yet, and an idea for a tabletop role playing game that has been play tested once. And the setting for both of those would be the same, the tabletop skirmish and the role playing game. So I think I would be doing more world building with that one. Just talking about what I need to know, how it's going to fit together. I've got the rules for the RPG tested once. The tabletop skirmish game's untested, so that could be kind of fun. Message rectangle. I know I get one here somewhere. There we go. We really need that, do we? Well, that's fine. So tomorrow might be marginally different, a bit of a change up. Rectangle was not declared. Where did I get that one? Oh, I know what happened. Oops. That was part of the bulk replace text I did. Always fun to fight yourself. Okay, then the other pointers out to play. Same thing will happen with drop animation. Those are pointers. So it can't be referenced on the same. Okay. Pardon me. Last couple days, my allergies have been killing me. Do I want to capture format? Sure, why not? Oh, I'm gonna mispronounce this one. Zorii. Zorii. Is that like plural for Zorius? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. So most of my animations are still working the same. Oh, that also doesn't work. Adding a note. Better colors. Not delayed start. Random or spatial. Okay, so that's one. Now we can test the errors, and it just crashes. Perfect. Insertion failed, duration less than or equal to 0. Oh. That's just me being stupid. 1291. I try to break my assertions up into two parts so that I know exactly what happens. Like, instead of saying if x is between 0 and a million, I say is x above 0 and is x greater than a million, so I get a very clear picture of which side of the assertion I'm failing on. But in this case, it does have to be an or. So I got a little carried away with that. Random set of characters from the top of my head. Yep, OpenGL is what I'm developing with. I'm on Windows, working in like an MSys or MingW, which I think is actually pronounced minimum GNU window. So min GW, min G win, I don't know. Kind of environment, so it looks Linuxy, but yeah, all OpenGL. Someday I may switch over to Vulkan, but for now we're sticking with this. Oh, wow. It's doing the same trick again. It added a whole bunch of those banner raises to scheduler. And I think I know why. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions about the project, what I'm doing, how I've architected it, why we're here. Okay, so first of all, those heights are way off. And you're up Y and down Y. So when we're Y, when we're up, we want to be at, oh, that is Y. It's not a Y, it's an X. We want to be the height of the rectangle. If we put 0, we would be right at the top of the screen. So I have to go up at least the height of the rectangle. So minus the rectangle height in is Y. So if I could write the correct letter here, that would work way better. Turn to lurk mode then. Yep, feel free to lurk all you want. Otherwise, I'm just gonna ramble until there's a question. Always happy to support lurkers though. That's usually what I do. I don't actually watch Twitch that much. Usually I find a streamer that uploads their videos to YouTube and I watch those, but then I can't ask the questions. So, you know, some downsides. Okay, so that part should be fixed. On update. We're using animations. If there's time left on the banner egg timer, and we're within the time where we have to start thinking about raising, and if we're not already rising, see if I only want to do this one. You know what we could do? We could literally state that we are rising even before the sequence starts executing. Maybe that will help. Okay. Drop sequence begin. Drop sequence ends. There's the format and the text. Drops better. Oh, the banner didn't start. I'm so confused. All right, lads. I think it's time for me to take a restroom break, grab a snack. And we'll beat this dead horse some more. needs to tell me. Start should definitely be full clean and build. Yeah, so since you're new, my goal here is I think a lot of modern software is too bloated. I've done some projects with like Unity, good sized projects, professionally, and it brings a lot of stuff to the table, but most of the time you don't need that stuff. And so you build a very simple scene, and what you'll get is hundreds of megabytes worth of executable and assets files, and that's not really necessary for a simple game. I wanted to dive deeper and look into how game engine works, but not a game engine. Like the game engine makes assumptions about how you want to interact with your data and with the game itself. So I figured the best thing to do is to build your own game without an engine. What that gets you is, one, you can kind of see the pieces of the engine that you saw before as they become necessary, but you're not pre-abstracting. You abstract when you need it. And so far, my executable is like 9 megabytes with the embedded data for images and sound and fonts. My frame rate is a couple thousand frames per second in release mode, and it's basically about 12,000 lines of real code at this point, other than the embedded data. So just trying to find a way to go back to the lower levels where you really understand what's happening, and you can do things that aren't possible in a game engine that way. And this is the first game I'm making with this philosophy, which means I have none of the tools that I'm developing now. So I constrained the game to be very simple. It's a screen, the camera doesn't move, there's not a lot of, there's no 3D, it's all orthographic 2D projections. And that keeps it very small and simple, so I can build up some of these tools. And then, when I do the next game, I can pick a more ambitious game, copy over an awful lot of that background work I've already done, and use that as a springboard for the second game. At the end of about 2 games, I should have enough tools and experience to build a more interesting game. So the first 2 games are going to be very simple. This one's the simplest. The next one will be a little bit more complicated. The first 2 games are an homage to old Mac games that I played when I was a youth or a kid. Adding banner raised to scheduler. It did not start, but it did execute the animation. Two. Okay. Look for catch on me. Uphill. Whoa. Oh. Huh. We're so close. This was supposed to be easy. While we're in there working on timer stuff, it wouldn't be too hard. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stay where we are. Game scene now uses egg timer or banner. Tried updating banner animation stuff, and now it's worse. We'll come back to this. But the timer is done. Let's see here, this one and window size. Let's grab these two. Pardon me. And move them down here. Under the sound timer. Oops. Whoa, whoa. And we will move the banner animation. Oh, what is this doing? There we go. So I think we'll go to sound time instead. Oh, we'll say where we are at. So get command. Big timer used for banner. Started. Refactoring banner. Animations. Not good. All right, back to the old development journal. We're going to change sound to use the egg timer and stopwatch. So all over my code, I had this code that had things like m underscore start time, m underscore duration, m underscore elapsed time, and this pattern was very common. So I wrote up an egg timer class, which just keeps track of all of that for me. And the only place where it's left is in sound. So we don't want time, we want egg timer. Start time, duration, and elapsed. This is all going to become egg timer, egg timer. Boom. I don't think there's anything more I need there. So egg timer dot reset. because egg timer already has things like that. And the start time is already kept track of, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let's look for start time. Egg timer dot elapsed. Always nice. Egg timer dot pause. Actually, let's just go stop. So the pause function in the egg timer accumulates that data into the, oh wait, what? Yeah, elapsed equals the current time minus what time we started last. So when we start again, that elapsed time is held, and then we get a new start time. So that pause is fine, and that goes away. Is playing or okay, elapsed is okay, actually this is more simple than that. Underscore underscore signal data dot elapsed. There we go. Start time is running. I think we just run it off of, no, not an egg timer. Just start. Egg timer dot start. So in start, we do exactly what we just replaced. Start time elapsed. Okay, so it's literally just egg timer dot pause. Egg timer dot reset. Okay, so that's the start time. Elapsed should all be this one function now. Actually, we have a function for that. Dot remaining, I think is what we called it. Egg timer. So this was the elapsed. Yeah, it's just the one function pass through. The last thing is duration. Set duration to a duration is a timer dot duration. Set duration dot set duration. Okay. Let's just see if it works. I need a couple of wins after that stupid banner animation debacle. It's getting under my skin. It's one of the things I kind of wish. So I started the stream so that my nephews could watch the stream, and they all claim they want to be programmers. And one thing that they have to understand is programming, 99% of it is just being so boneheaded, stubborn, that you won't stop trying to fix a problem until you got it fixed, right? It's not about all the glamorous hacking scenes from movies. 90% of the time your code does not work. That was definitely illustrated today. I'm overcomplicating this. Okay, timer.pause. Okay, it's running. Only got one more day of jalapeno poppers left before I have to find a different snack. So in the about scene, this is basically my debugging scene. I mapped the number keys to sign generated tones with no duration. So if I've done all the egg timer stuff correctly, it'll just play forever, depending on what I'm hitting. That's reasonable. So that's good. And then in the game, the whoosh sounded fine. Okay, I think sound has been fixed. So if we go into source, and we grab recursively for start time, lowercase s or capital S, in -- exclude directory for dependencies. I do not want to look in the dependencies for this. We should only see it in a couple of places. Egg timer is fine. Multicolored text. Oh, interesting. You know what? We could put. Oh, anyway, stopwatch is fine. Time is fine. Time. Yeah, I don't want time dependent on stopwatch or egg timer. So multicolor text. We should do that. Sound time needs egg timer. Oop. Multi-color text double click needs stopwatch. Egg timer. Double click start time. It's gonna go away. Instead, we'll have a stopwatch. Double click stop. Now my double click implementation has some issues. But maybe we'll tackle that sometime today too. Today's like cleanup day. I'm getting all the little bits and pieces that I've been putting off. Trying to do some house cleaning here. Reset stopwatch dot start. How if there's a double click event already started? If stopwatch dot elapsed is less than the double click time, then we do things. There's a lot of way to exit a double click event, right? Sometimes it's most of the ways are canceling out of the double click. Stopwatch.stop. Otherwise reset, and then once we're all cleaned up, we start a new one. Stopwatch does not name a type. That's because I put in egg timer instead of stopwatch. Really? Oh, double click stopwatch. Makes sense in case we want to do other time things. Okay, so if I right double click lunch, the stopwatch was already stopped. Interesting. If I slow click Rhino, oh, slow clicking should not have done that. Wow. Handle the mouse release. Stop. So on a mouse press, maybe this is a good time to debug my click implementation here. If it's a left or right button, so we're ignoring the middle mouse button, then we get the button code so that we know whether we're supposed to make letters green or red. If the stopwatch is running, we stop it, which is the same thing as a pause and reset. Otherwise, we just reset it so that our accumulated time on the stopwatch is 0. Then we start it and we advance the step. Then when we release the button from step 1, we don't have to do anything. We just increment the double click step and say we handled it, which brings us to step 2. Step 2, the next time the button goes down, we make sure that the button code matches the previous one. So I can't go left, right really quick. It has to be left, left, or right, right. If they are, we move to the next step. Otherwise, we cancel out of the click step to 0. And everywhere that happens, we have to stop the timer. And then if we went to step 3, which was button click 2, the codes are identical. Then we come here, second release of the double click. If the double click time is less than how much we allow, which, did we make that huge? I don't know that we did. Half a second. So if I come over here, I clear everything. Yep, clear. And I go left click 1, left click. Oh, it's still taking it. So stopwatch is not doing what I want. Okay. Anywhere where we set the step back to 0, we stop. Just like up here. Step 3, we say we handled it, and then we exit out of the double clicks. It should not be stopping when it's already stopped. So already stopped. It gets that many mouse down events? Huh. What is stopwatch doing? when we ask for elapsed, we get our total. If we have to, we add our running time from the last start. Start time equals the current time. If we pause, we accumulate that elapsed time. If we stop, that's the same as a pause and a reset. And a reset just clears the accumulated time. Am I getting multiple mouse down events? All right. Mouse press event is repeat. I want to ignore all repeats. So if this event is repeat, and if it contains that point, I only want the initial mouse event. The event was not declared in this scope. What? Wow, I just called it E. Okay. I'm not usually so terse. I usually put whole words in things. Oh. You can't get a repeat of a release. So that makes sense. This may fix some of the issues I was having with it. Let's see. Okay, get some words in on the board. Now, if we already stopped, and there's like 4 of them. Wow. Oh, here's another use case. Okay, here's another problem. If I get a mouse click, and it's not the same as this one, it should instead do those things and then handle mouse press E. I'm not counting it as a repeat. How am I getting so many right click event or left click events or whatever click events? Time lunch to Ultra Demon Lace Rhinos Crowd Lines. Right click. Right click. Oh, okay. So that was better. 1, 2. Now the time is ridiculously long. It's We should clear those. So if I go left click, oh gosh, that's too long. So everywhere this stop is, all right. I don't like that, but on that last release, what is our lapsed time and our click time? We should log it. Double click up to 0. I don't know, 3 float. Is that less than modulus 0.3 float? Which are these two? Did our lapse time come in lower than the double click time? Okay, 1 click, 2 clicks. It says 0. But we don't stop the watch until here. Did I not implement? Okay, start has a start time. Pause, elapsed plus equals that, which we don't really use. Where is that stop being called then? It's being called after this check. Okay. Stop resets everything. Start elapsed, which should be 0 if we're running at time minus start time. I'm using this in other places, so is repeat is obviously not working. So let's go to input. Is repeat. No. Update mouse button. queue a mouse button event, and we are not capturing if it's a repeat. Mods, window, button, action. If it's repeated, then we are passing a true. Shoot. That kind of blows that one out of the water. Does Windows not correctly honor the GLFW repeat flag? I shall Google GLFW repeat on Windows not working. Some keys don't repeat. Oh, Stack Overflow, C++. Why is there no GLFW repeat for the mouse? Okay. What does this mean? This means if we get a press event, and the button is not in the pressed and down state, then we do this. Windows no GLFW repeat support. So basically, we keep track of the button state. So we clear the pressed state up top. Let's try that. Just see if that fixes our repeat issue. Or we could implement the repeat ourselves. One click, two click. Oh, well, yeah, let's clear everything. We are not getting a duration out of this thing, are we? Okay, question number 1. This is a repeat if those two things are true. NQ a mouse press event. Given the button, the X, the Y, the modifiers, compute it as a flag. If these are equal, then it is a repeat. So double click is not working. At all. So that one simple change. Oh, oh, ha ha ha. Makes them all repeats. There we go. Consistency. So we have to do our own bookkeeping if we want to keep track of mouse button repeats. Okay. Boom. Now the time between those two clicks was longer than 0.5. Okay, let's remove some of the suppression from the other thing, from what was it? Multicolor text. We're mostly going to try this. That was not the behavior expected from that button. Okay. Now we see how often it tells me that the one already stopped. Handle a mouse press event. If it's not a repeat. Swallow network to look for repeats is not helping me at all. And the timer is being useless because the timer state is not being kept track of well. Oh, odd note. Double click number 1. Or 0. Double click. Uh, 2 actually. Press 0. Press 2. Release 1. Release 3. Left click. So press 0, release 1. Press 2, release 3. Already stopped. My timer is not being properly kept track of. But it's not because of the mouse necessarily. So under what conditions do we exit? Default. Log note. Invalid. Double click. Press state. Button codes don't match. This one is... Oh. I actually need to change this a little bit. Does not contain point. If not, is repeat. Oop, wrong bad bit. There we go. It's not a repeat. We don't have to do anything if it's a repeat, we just ignore it. If we contain the point, we say, what step are we on? Invalid press state. We do not contain the point. Oh. I don't think we actually want this. That's all the other letters. All the other multicolored texts. Setting double click to 0 and stopping the stopwatch. Wait a second. Because if we press once on, release while on, move off and click again, we want to invalidate this button's double click step. Yeah, no, this is fine. This needs to be here. Each button keeps track of its own click step and stopwatch. All right, let's look at the other places this could be. Double click R3. This is just stop things. Okay. R1. This one, invalid. Double click release state. This if else. Log note. But code doesn't match. This one does not contain point. Why? All these things, it should be so simple. Right click. Whoa. Okay. Press does not contain a point. These are all of the other texts above here rejecting that point. Okay, so this one doesn't have any one, two, clean. Okay. Oh, so that's a problem. So this one does need to check if m underscore double click stopwatch is running. That goes away. Same in here. Okay, a lot of this stuff should now be kept a little bit cleaner. Or maybe we can figure out why. Get some weird states here. Mouse down, double click, press 0, right, release 1, press 2, and the timer is definitely 0. But at that point, the timer has already stopped. Was the timer ever running? How's the timer running? Let's start. Stopwatch.start. Because the printout shows that only after R3 Start stopwatch. Right click, right click. Double click stopwatch dot is running, stopped. Did I forget some bookkeeping elements here? Right click. I say start, and it is not started. I set running to true, and then I set my start time to the time. If I ask, is it running? It should be true. Oh, there we go. Before the start and after the start. Helps if I line the lines correctly. So it is running. And now my time is huge. What? Just by putting these print statements in, it decides that it's ready to go? That's confusing. Right click, right click. See, it's 0. What? Zero. And it's already stopped. Unless I put a log statement in. Then it's magically going to work. Right click, it's running, and there's a real time. Those are real times. Why do I have to have? Okay, all right. I am very unhappy about this. Is it a clean debug problem? I hate debugging something where the compiler is doing something idiotic. I have no optimizations turned on, so it's not like it's looking at a no-op and optimizing it away. It's not dead code. It's there, it's executing, it's inside that conditional. But if I put a log statement after it, then it starts the timer. Is that the same thing that's happening in my animation wait elements? Like, there are times in multi-threaded applications where things aren't happening in an order that you can predict, where putting a log statement in will delay execution of one of the threads just long enough for something else to sneak in. But this is a single-threaded application here. Me clicking start and then being required to log something afterwards to make it work should not be a thing. Click. Click. That's a real time. Is okay. Alright, so we double click daemon. Perfect. And I'm getting real times out. Why was I not getting real times out before? Oh my goodness. That's the compiler being stupid. That is unbelievable. What if I delete the commented outlines? Do I need to put curly braces around this crap so that it doesn't get lost? I shouldn't have to. Click, click. That's a real time. These are real times. Wow. Okay, so I just spent an hour debugging GCC's compiler bug. Oh man, I'm not happy. If I take the braces out, does it still work? Click, click. That's a real time. What? What is GCC doing? I'm not happy. But you know what? It's working. Wow. All right, we did it. Oh, let's update the journal. So we updated input to deal with added sound egg timer to sound. That actually wasn't that hard. Added egg timer to multi-color text for double click. No, not egg timer, stopwatch. Spent way too much time wondering why GCC was being stupid and not starting the stopwatch. Adding a log statement after it seems, after starting, seems to fix it. Then removing the log statement, it continued to work. Yeah, not happy about that. Oh, also updated repeat mouse button presses in input. Part of this was hardening the add sequence starts action sequence piece of scheduler. Just so we remember what we worked on. Git add, git commit. Added egg timer to sound and stopwatch to multi-color text. Double click. Today just seems awkward. Okay. We had it working so that when you would raise and drop the letters, there was like a weird offset. So, back to game scene. Raise, drop. Oh, bounce. Delay mode random. Okay, so that should still be happening. Set wait some amount of time. Randomly chosen. As is this. So waits are not working anymore, huh? Set wait. Set duration. And update. Oh. Okay, well, I think that goes away. And in fact, this goes away. Very good. In update, we don't do much. If we are running and we're waiting for duration, we say, has the egg timer deemed? Oh, egg timer has not started. Set wait. Oh dear. If on start this thing, oh, there it is. It's egg timer start. If it's a wait for duration, we start the egg timer. And then update. We don't have to do anything because we check it when we check, are we running? Wait for duration. If the timer has dinged. Oh. Then we can stop. That might make a bit of a difference. Inverted logic. We were comparing floats before, and now we're just checking the boolean, and we did not negate as needed. So maybe this all works again. Prime lunch, toads, ultra, demon, based rhino, crowd lines, BD, vlogs, jacks, waxed. Okay. Click. Oh no. Did we not build? Maybe we didn't build. Thought about building, doesn't mean I did it. Oof. Ugh, half an hour left. Maybe we'll have time for the window resize issue. Creating the window with respect to its frame size. But we want it with respect to the render size. But I don't want to remove the notion of setting the window with respect to window size, not render size. So we'll try it. So right now it's creating the window at one size. And then I say, here's the actual render size I want. That's two different steps. So there's a black border. It looks bad. Because at that point, all of the resize callbacks have not been registered when it's created. Lunch toads. Ultra demon. Blazed rhino. Proud. BD frogs. Jacks. Waxed. Okay, so if we click this button, nope. Bugs. Is this a case? Oops. Let's get up some of these old logging things. Whoa! Egg timer is invalid. That's not very good. Are some of these ending up with negatives? I want to keep that one around just in case. Okay, action. Start. This is going to print a lot of stuff to the console that I don't want. Because in most cases, this is working, I think. Egg timer is running, so it was being set. And that one is invalid. So the egg timers are running. It's supposed to wait. Set wait some amount. Action sequence. Play animations in slot 1. Sometimes we do something extra in slot 2. That is correct. And then, regardless, in slot 0, we tell it how long to wait. And this has been working until very recently. Like that stupid stopwatch. Ugh, okay. Well, that could be a problem. Oop. Oh. Guess it's text. Okay, so that might fix part of it. Except that wave, not the wave, the delay doesn't seem to be taking effect. Okay, a bunch of words are selected. Boom. All of them have no delay. That's so rude. No delay. Expression is invalid. Okay. This makes me sad. Okay. C, I have C. Okay. Oh, maybe I passed things in correctly. That would help. Okay. It did pick random times. So are they all rising and falling in perfect sync with no delay? Ah. Timer dot duration. Oh, yep, we're just gonna compare, see if things are being set the way we think they're being set. Okay. What is this? What happened here? Oh. Okay. But every one of these is actually set. Then we set them all to running. No, it has to be as not result. Okay. This result is, are we running? So if it has dinged, we are not running. We should just change that word. Running means we have not dinged. We are not running, we stop the timer. Okay. Makes that a little bit more readable. Why is that a wave? Okay, it's not a wave, it's just random. Clear. Okay. Good, good, good. That fixes this one. And this one. Okay. Last thing to check is the changing workspaces. The other animations should all be fine. Not sure what that insert failure was. Clear. Yep. Egg timer is invalid. If the duration is greater than 0. It's greater than or equal to 0. I'm allowed to have a 0-second timer. So if I zero all of that, boom, boom. Okay. Now my animations are working as expected. Okay. Updated. Here we go. Bug, race drop, fade in, out. Oh, letter color's not delayed. Okay. Fixed. Wait actions. Some with the egg timer. There was some flipped logic. I think I made that many changes, so let's see. More than I thought. Oh, I did some cleanup. That's true. The color text got cleaned up. Egg timer got changed. Oh, simplified that. A little code cleanup here and there. Flipped the logic around there. Removed unneeded code comments. Oh, interesting. Yeah, extra blank line. Does not need to be there. Fixed action. Wait for duration with a new egg timer. Letters now have their delays back. Okay. Knocking down items on our journal, our dev journal. This one I don't think is hard, but I've said that twice today and regretted it both times. Although only the banner animation is the one that's hurting me. Hurts my soul. I've got 5-ish minutes. The problem is if I stream for too long, then my video size is larger than 15 gigabytes, and I have to split it to upload it to Rumble, which is always sad. Okay. Window size. Okay. Window. Inside the initialization itself, enum class, window size mode will be window size or renderer size. Here we pass in a window size mode. Size mode. Init window. Where do we actually set our geometry? Set geometry. Okay, it's being passed in. Set geometry. Switch size mode. Case window. Window size mode. Window size. We do that. Great. Render size. Need to do something else, and I don't remember which one that was called. Set render size. Render frame width. Frame height. Oh, let me set geometry. Actually, have to set the window position. Ugh. Is there something else we're calling this? Set window pose. Nope. Okay. Where is it? There it is, this one. We have to get the window frame size, then set the window position and the render size specifically. Main function window size mode renderer size. Whoa! My render size is nowhere near correct. Wow. Oh boy. And then it fully resized everything. Ooh, that's That's not good. Where did it get 6 by 400? That's what I want to know. Ten, 24, 768. Or color initializer. This is we've set XY width height. We go to knit window. And we set position and the render size. Set render size. I don't know where it got that 600 by 400. That is just baffling. I'm not passing in anything like that. It has been a day of confusion. Wow. What is going on? 6 by 4 makes no sense. Window constructor modulus D by modulus D modulus S. Win width, win height. Win X, win Y. Size mode equals window. Window size mode window size otherwise renderer where is 600 even mentioned? It's not in this code at all. Window dot init window we're going to set the window position and we will set the render size. Oh yeah. Thought I'd have this done. What? Oh no. Oops. Oh well. Why, oh why? Okay, window initialized, etc. Where are my print statements? Put them in here for a reason. Do not understand. I'm getting bit today. 3 different times. Try to do something small and simple. And my compiler is just behaving so weird. I need to like update my compiler. It should be as stable now as it was when I installed it. It's not like I've changed anything. I'm not using any features that are weird that would require an update. Okay, Windows Constructor 1024 by 768, init window 1024 by 768, set render size, and yet here, when I load up my scene, it is 600 by 400. Wow. Okay, alternative. Because set geometry is working. I have to subtract this stuff. Okay. So I have the MX, the MY, the width, and the height. Those should be fine. Not doing anything with those. I get my frame size. I can set the position. I can set the window size. Except at first, plus equals the rain m underscore height plus equals frame, and then we set geometry. So we can actually change this a bit. Well, we don't have to yet. Let's just make sure it even works. Up until now, what the? Settings, back, how? Why is it 600 by 400? So that works just fine. And the render size is wrong, but how is this any different? Set geometry. This is the same call, except that I add some room to account for the render size. If rise mode equals this thing. This. Then we just call set geometry no matter what. It's 24 cents. I don't get it. Oh, I can't end like this. Okay. Restroom break. Drink too much water, and that's what happens. But I need to fix this. I will be back. I can think of that the render size is not equivalent is because of two possible reasons. One, the values I'm getting in here are not what I expect. Two, the callbacks aren't properly registered. So there are some callbacks that happen. Um, Here, get frame buffer size. In the resize callback. Was the resize callback registered before we do this? Yes, yes it is. Where is 600 by 400? Window constructor 10 and 10, 1024 by 768. Go to the init window function, which knows the right things. It says I have to add padding. So here, set geometry. We're actually setting it to something bigger than 1024 by 768 so that our render size is not this. It should be exactly this. So, is my resize callback even being called? This feels like that other bug where the compiler just wasn't picking up the correct changes, was compiling the code wrong. Resize callback. Render size D by D. So width, height. Right after this frame buffer size, we should be able to get the renderer frame width and height. I wonder if I need to reboot my computer. Is there like some corrupted RAM holding on to some bad state for me? So that resize event wasn't called. I don't see it here. Oh my goodness. But come over here to main and say Windows size. I feel like my compiler's out to kill me. What happened today? It works fine. Resize callback, resize callback. Render size is garbage. It's called the second time. Well, that's because I actually don't know why. That's bizarre. Set geometry. At least the second callback is correct. Why? What is this? Oh, pass in a size mode. The only thing that does is it gets logged and it's passed to a init window. Or the only thing we do with size mode is add to our width and our height. And then we call the exact same function. What is GCC doing to me? Whether I add this or not, should not matter at all to this. I think my compiler is doing something very, very strange. Okay. So in main, if we go to, I want to set the renderer size on window creation. And it's, window constructor. Window is initialized with some GLEW and GLFW. We have to pad out this to make room for the frame. So we set geometry to something a little bigger. And the callback is never called once. Why is the callback never called once? It was registered. This was all working for ages and ages. Resize callback. It was more than 100% registered before we got to here. Yeah, even reordering things to come in after the context is created doesn't help. Constructor, GLFW is initialized, Windows initialized, padded, set geometry. The resize window is never called. It is that callback is registered, never called. Gosh. All the callbacks are in. Set geometry. Ugh. Sometimes I get weird effects that a clean will fix, but this does not feel like one of them, and it doesn't. I've cleaned it already, so this is. Just another clean is not going to fix it. What is going on? Set geometry is being called and is correct and valid. Yeah, the clean does not fix this. Build success. Gosh, I don't know. But I can't stream much longer, else my file will be too big to upload to Rumble without editing. This should have been an easy one. That should have been 10 minutes, and it should have worked. What about this? Causes set geometry to not work. I still call set geometry. The size is set. Because I do get. Oh, is that true? Let me see. Yeah, it's popping up at 1010 and it's roughly the right size. But the renderer is not getting updated. So the geometry is being set. But the resize callback is never being called. Let me just try one thing. It's a stupid thing. Shouldn't have to do this, but I'm going to try it anyways. I'm going to say if size mode, then this is the width and the height, which should be the size of the renderer. Minus ft plus fb minus Oh. T plus FB, this is L and R, left and right. And just force it to manually call that when it's not a callback. Helps if I had a semicolon. This works. I'm gonna hate it. Way too far in this project to switch to Clang. Could I make Clang work? Maybe. I don't need the GCC features for this project, but switching compilers in a project, not a good plan. Oh my goodness. Now, the callback is being called. We could actually check. Forcing resize callback manually. I absolutely hate all that code I just wrote. I hate that I have to write it. It makes me angry inside. Absolutely furious. But it works. Oh my god. This is the saddest thing I have ever seen. Makes no sense. There's no logical reason why that code should not execute just the same whether I'm in render size or window size. The only thing that changes is I add a little bit of an extra room, which I then later have to subtract back out for the resize callback. But this isn't being called at all if we went into here. If we go into here, adding this padding, set geometry, executes, does everything correctly except the resize callback is not called back. So mad. At least it works, I guess, but oh. Any other logs statements that I need to get rid of? Okay. That's twice GCC is biting me today, and I'm not a big fan. The nice thing is when it pops up now, it doesn't have that black border where it was initially setting the size to 1024 by 768, including the window frame. So there was like this black border here where the size wasn't right, and then I had to resize it. So I guess that's a win. Man, I don't like it. I'm angry. Mad banner animation we did not get done. It's still unhappy. But everything else we got done. So at least we knocked some things off our list, cleaned up some loose ends, fixed more than we broke, I think. There are some things in here that we can actually start. Oh, well, that was done. Screen sizes is done. You have enough information to start settings scene. We can bring these up here. These are doable. I really thought this one, that one's not too bad. The banner timer wasn't too bad. Fixing the banner animation absolutely made me furious. The window size makes me furious. That one wasn't too bad. Like these two items just ACC. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, none of this should have taken this long. I should have had all this done within 2 hours and still had 2 hours to do any of this stuff. Oh, okay. Well, I'm done. I'm done ranting. Window now initializing. Render size. I hate it. C journal. For rent. Okay, I think that's gonna wrap up the stream today. Thanks for joining those that joined. Thanks for the chats. Thanks for the follows. Tomorrow, variety mode. I need to stop staring at this. Apparently, I'm losing my mind. We'll talk compilers and talk game design, tabletop game design. And with that, I guess we are done. Signing up.